There we go. Yeah, whatever the weather. Last week was horrible. And on the only day the weather abated for a few hours and I could have got out, I had other responsibilities. How annoying is that? Oh well, it's life, isn't it? Even when you think you got your life in order and you're free to do what you want, you're really not. What am I doing here? Let's get over here, it's a bit smoother. Oh, still good. Still bloody dark in the mornings. Sunrise is about now actually. About 7:30 now, I think. This does not feel like sunrise. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Okay. I don't care what it costs. It's a piece of infrastructure. This is fantastic, this bridge. Keeps us out of the traffic. Gives pedestrians somewhere safer to walk when there's cyclists about, because obviously it's a lot wider now. Right, let's go. Morning. Nyong. Now I think it was always a shared path to a point, but yeah, it just gives everybody a bit more space. It's properly marked out. This worries me. Well, you used to be able to cut across the corner just there. Yeah, a car coming round behind me, but I'm turning off here, so I'm staying out. Yeah, you used to be able to cut the corner there, and that was great. There's very little chance of getting left hooked. And it made it very obvious to cars and, well, cyclists as well, who was going where, doing what. Just a minute, can you hear that? Yeah. That's disc brakes when they're not quite wet yet. Peaceful, responsive, fantastic. Yeah, so that junction's been changed a little bit. What we got? Yeah, we're good. I'm going to go up this one. It's quite a big curb just there. It's just fine on the gravel bike. That's what they're built for. But on the road bike, yeah, let's go for the lower curb. Right, let's go for a small ring at the front. Have I told you about just how good 2x is? Yeah. See, one button and I was automatically in the right gear. Right, let's see. They're not going to stop for me, are they? Thank you. She did. Well done. Yeah, so who's afraid of the little gear? Going in the small cog at the front. Anything there? No. It is our priority through here, but there's also a bike path, so yeah. Thing is, the bike path spits you back out into the traffic. So as far as I'm concerned, safer to stay on the road if it's clear. Okay. All good. Yeah, you still got to look here, because even though it's one way, buses can come through. And taxis. Okay. What have we got? Perfect. Wait for Mr. Audi. Yeah, I can see why they've made the adjustments. Where are they? Yeah, I can see why they've made the adjustments to the junction there, but what they've done is made it on the assumption that all cyclists will stay on the pavement and go under the underpass and not use the road. So actually, they've kind of made it more dangerous for cyclists now, because you do have to come out into the fast lane of traffic to get round and off down towards Branksome Chine. But that's fine, you know. I understand we live in a world where most journeys are made by car. So, yeah, cars come first. I get that. But what really annoys me is when people complain there's all these bike paths and nobody on them. Because, well, certainly around Bournemouth, a lot of the time, the bike paths haven't actually taken any space away from traffic, from car traffic, road traffic. So nobody's hard done by, really. And what happens in the future when there's even more cars on the road and nobody can drive anywhere? What's your options then? Well, I guess there's still one or two people out there. Is he going to see me through the trees? He is. Yeah. I'm guessing there's already one or two people out there that will ride to work when the weather improves. And there'll be one or two of those that will stick with it for a little bit longer when it gets dark again. They may give up if the rain carries on for a whole month like it has recently. But the thing is, the choices are there. The more people you take off the road and onto bike paths, the more room for cars. And it's not about making the roads wider, because we've been doing that for the last 30 odd years and it didn't work, did it? Yeah, it just made things worse. I'm afraid restriction sometimes is the only, it's the only solution. And I'm afraid that's something I've learned the hard way throughout my life. I'm now talking about my weight. I do have to restrict what I eat. Flippin' heck, it's windy. Oh, back, no, we're good. I'm going to be wobbly through here because you get gets really gusty through here. But there's nothing behind me, so it's all good. Oh, have I ever told you about 2x? Yeah, it's brilliant. One button and all of a sudden you're in the right gear. Oh, it's bumpy up here. Yeah, so I'm sorry everybody. Sometimes restriction is the only solution. It's getting light, isn't it? What are we? Yeah, 25 to 8. Heading for the ferry. Okay. He's going to wait, is he, or not? Yeah, he is. Well done. You'll never be too sure, can you? You hear them race up behind you. It's going to be tight, pinch point. Will they wait? Or will they try and push through? Of course, ChatGPT, ever the analyst, doesn't like me using words like restriction, failure, things like that. But I'll call it consistency, friction, noise, you know, building a plan. Yeah, I'm telling you, mate. If I say it's failure, okay? We live in this world where we have to be nice to everybody. And that includes ourselves, but surely that just builds delusion. I know my strengths and weaknesses, and I know when it was a failure, when it was a controlled failure, and when I found a way to avoid failure. So don't tell me otherwise. A failure when there was no control. A controlled failure when I think to myself, right, That's the best way I can do this without completely blowing the day. Right, what we got here? And obviously avoiding failure, well, that's the one we all aim for but sometimes miss, isn't it? Yeah, so this is Monday, start of week 7, 2026. I've caught Julie up. I too am now 58. Yes, that's right. I am her toy boy. But to be honest, it's not really something I say about myself, but she does every now and then just point out I'm her toy boy. And from time to time I point out why that's a good thing. Yeah. As long as he's not going in as well. No. Yeah, wind coming up from the south today, so it should be relatively warm. It is supposed to piss down later. I know we've had this conversation before. Yeah, chances are I'm going to get very wet today. I understand that, haven't got a problem with it. I've got my rain jacket with me. I won't be wearing it if it starts raining, but if I get cold, it'll work as a wind cheater, won't it? So I'm okay with that. Ooh-wee, let's go. Probably could have done with another gear here, shouldn't I? Never mind. Now, I heard a rumour that the ferry was shut, or not running, a couple of weeks back, but internet says it is, so let's give it a go. Oh, bumpy, bumpy. Everything feels bumpy for the first hour after being on the gravel bike for so long. But you get used to what you ride, don't you? So yeah, the road bike's feeling a bit bumpy at the minute, but that won't last long. That'll be fine. Oh, just like 2 minutes too late. There she is. Ferry's got a bit of a wobble on today, and here's why. I don't know if you can see that, but a bit of a swell. Monday, week 7, 2026, and yeah, week 5 was a busy week for me actually. To knock a wall down, fit a lintel, that type of thing. Heavy work. Quite, yeah, involved quite a lot of strength and thought and planning. And I was actually pretty pleased with the way I executed it. I don't think I did anything. Everything just seemed to work. It was fine. I'm a lot more patient than I used to be. So no more sort of crash bang wallop, even though, you know, knocking a wall down, there was a bit of crash bang wallop. But yeah, a little bit more thought and planning, and it all went to, yeah, all went in okay, worked out okay, cleared everything away. Other than a bloody great hole in the wall, you wouldn't know I'd been there. But it did mean no riding that week. Well, we did. We went out on the wet New Forest ride on the Tuesday, and I did Wednesday, Thursday, Friday at the garage. And it did mean by the end of the week, you know, I'd definitely done my fair share, as it were. And so last week was a bit of an experiment in recovery. Morning. I could do with one of those in this headwind. Flipping heck. Yeah, so week 6 was all about recovery, and not just, well, it just seemed like the ideal opportunity to upload a few day-to-day stats from the Garmin, things I don't usually worry about, and just see where I am fitness-wise. And of course, as we keep getting told, fitness is not about how fast or how far or how much you can do, it's about recovery. And from that point of view, it's all looking pretty good actually. So 5 out of the 7 days were exercise or work. 2 days were sort of rest, more peaceful days. I did go for walks, but nothing strenuous. And we sort of worked out, going by the figures, it takes, well, overnight is enough to function. It's pretty good recovery, so not like I was when I was 40, let's say, where one night's sleep was enough, ready to go the next day. But not far off, and 2 days was the sweet spot. Body, battery, stats, things like that on the Garmin, back to normal. Sleeping is an issue on the first night. Second night, everything's calm again, sleep a bit better. Car back. He's doing the right thing. I mean, most people would have just blasted through there because it's a wide road. But Yeah, he wasn't sure, so waited. That's good. And they're still going to get where they're going at the same time. Whoop. I've been riding the the gravel bike so much. I just tried to push the lever across instead of pressing the button. Oh dear. Now, which way am I going to go today? Down to Swanage, the excitement of the downhill, and then the long drag up to Kingston. Yeah, let's do that. I haven't done that for a while, about 6 weeks I think. Oh bloody hell, look at that. Fantastic view from here. I would stop and show it to you, but this is not one of those kinds of rides. Today I just want to clear the cobwebs. Get out, burn some energy, get the blood pumping again. Well, not enough room on this road maybe? I don't know. Now, of course, at this point, Julie would have been effing and jeffing there. But, I don't know. Nothing really happened, did it? So, just a little comment to myself. And that just clears it. I know, we all deal with it in different ways. I'm quite happy to suggest that nothing really happened, so let's just get rid of that little adrenaline spike as quick as we can. Relax, be calm, and just get on with it. Look at that bloody sun. Wow. Sun coming through the trees. What's that all about? It's almost like there'll be a blue sky in a minute. It is supposed to rain later. Seagulls are out and forth. The way the swell was in the entrance to the harbour there. I guess, yeah, there's a bit of movement out at sea. So of course, the birds will come in, sit on the coast, go inland a bit, seek shelter. Right now, everything is looking lovely. Lovely smooth tarmac through here at the minute. Yeah, just perfect. What are we? 20 past 8. So we might get a little flurry of traffic again in 20 minutes. But right now, how perfect is this? Yeah, I promised myself that once it stopped raining and the wind died down, I'd get some jobs done at home. I've got quite a lot of outside jobs to do, shed roof, that sort of thing. And I'm afraid the call of the Merida, yeah, I won that one out. Yeah, so last week was recovery week, as I said, but the worst thing about last week was not so much the sort of trying to recover and what have you. It was more a case of the weather, just continuous rain, didn't really stop. In fact, the UK has had a lot of rain in January. Wettest January since 1908 or something. And apparently there are some places that reported rain for 25 days in a row, which is unusual. And I don't know if that's a significant amount of rain, or if that's like a couple of drops on the roof of a weather station somewhere. But it has been incredibly wet. Let's hope that's a good sign for the spring. Oh, look at this. Blue sky, sunshine. Wow. Funny, this is ever so very slightly uphill. Doesn't look it, but you feel it coming the other way, because we've just got up to the top out of Swanage, and this bit gets very fast very quick. Yeah, the next bit's about to get very fast very quick, but I think the problem with the next bit, there's a couple of bends where cars will come round on the wrong side of the road, overtaking cyclists. So as much as I'd like to let rip, wet roads and what have you, maybe not today, but we'll get some fun out of it all the same. Right, in the thummies. Stay tight, just in case. nothing behind. Again, stay tight. Bit bumpy on the edges here, so if you're really going to rip at it, you go down the middle. But not today. We got car back, plenty of room, no more cars back. Whee! Now I am actually having to pedal here. The wind is trying to push me back up the hill. Holes. Nothing back. Hey, let's miss those. There we go, Swanage. Yeah. Such a desperate hurry to get across in front of me, he curbed it. Okay. And up we go. Yeah, that was pretty tough actually. Wind was pushing me out all over the place. Okay. Adventure van. They're everywhere now, aren't they? Once upon a time, the whole point was you were sort of, yeah, mobile caravan, but incognito. But these days, that's not the case, is it? There we go. This is really the old road out of Swanage, or what used to be the main road, I think. You can go out the other way. It's a bigger road, it's a bit flatter, but that's okay. I'm quite happy to go up here. Just crest the hill and then down the other side. No need for the small ring today. Always checking the door mirrors on a narrow road like that. You just don't know, do you? And then there's not an awful lot of room, and a car might come round the other way. It's good just to look for the clues, isn't it? Just in case. So I'm under very strict instructions today. Not only to not get crushed and mashed, but also to take it easy. That is an instruction I've given myself. But ChatGPT also said, for Christ's sake, take it easy for once, will you? Or words to that effect, in its very non-offensive and diplomatic way. Now, of course, as a human being, I do not have the discipline to be looking at the stats the whole time and going, oh, that's a bit much, let's just dial it back. I'm more of a, oh, that bit was fun. Oh, bloody hell, look at my heart rate. But one of the problems with ChatGPT, and I guess any AI, is that oh, I'm guessing this is school mums. Yeah, one of the problems is you have to tell them to remember things that might be useful later, because otherwise it goes. Some things are remembered, like your demeanour and the type of thing you like and enjoy. But when it comes to stats and things like that that need maybe analysis later on, audit type stuff, you need to tell it, let's keep this. I mean, I'm quite lucky because from day one I've been keeping a record separately in the cloud, if that's even a saying anymore. So I've got reference. I can go back, I can upload the summary of a chat and say, right, this is at that date, this is today, let's talk. So yeah, don't expect ChatGPT and possibly all the AIs to actually learn who you are and remember things. You have to remind them. I find that ChatGPT, I'm on the Plus account, so I pay the £20 a month, and generally speaking 3 to 4 days is the limit. So I have to let's do this. Yeah, so depending on what I'm doing, what data we're talking about, I have to say, you know, here's this, here's that. Or on the day I can say, save this into the library for use later as a reference point. So there are things you can do, but I just have to be a little bit mindful of them when the time comes. Now at the moment I've been saving meals, macros, calories, deficits. That's more of a journal. You know, there's a few reference points in there. Things I can go back to and say, here's this, here's today, what's the difference? And that's fine. But generally speaking, the daily stuff is for my personal sort of reference. I don't look back over it, but I think in the future, in years to come, I might. Certainly when Julie was diagnosed, she started a journal. It works well for her. And if she has a bad day, she can look back and say, oh, I remember when this happened before. Or she can look back at how things were and how much better they are now. Or not, but let's hope we don't get to that point. There we go. Let's get around the corner. Yeah, we're good. Thank you. Okay. Pathway closed, that's all right. Temporary surface. Yeah, so my structure for using ChatGPT for AR, active retirement, on a day-to-day basis, which is usually about calories and deficit, is photograph the food, upload it, estimate the calories, breakfast, lunch, dinner, anything else, snacks, quantify them, call them what they are, breakfast, lunch, dinner, snack, craving fulfillment. It does happen, not often, but it does happen. And if something doesn't feel right on a day, I'll ask. Yeah, I'm really feeling it. Hungry, can't stay away from the fridge, looking through all the cupboards. And then we can go through what I had the previous day, that day, and why maybe I'm not feeling satiated. I think that's the new word. And it's really very useful. And then at the end of the week, of course, I've got 7 days worth of information that gets saved to the cloud. Now, because of the short memory, I now do intake, calories burned and deficit, meals, day to day in a separate chat. All under the same project, so they're easy to find, easy to deal with, and that means there's no errors with ChatGPT having to look back over 7 days at the end of the week. I can just do it day to day. Gloves. Which actually doesn't take very long at all. I have a prompt that I've sort of tweaked over the time, which seems to work perfectly, pretty much, for everything I need. So I just copy and paste that in on a day-to-day basis, and it gives me a summary of that day, plus all the other information I've asked for in the prompt. And that gets saved in the cloud. The answer gets saved in the cloud. Now, taking photos of food. Yeah, I'm not 100% diligent on that, but I've got a little app on my phone which automatically takes anything that goes into the screenshots or photos folder and uploads that to the same cloud account, so it's always there. I don't have to worry about going in on my phone or my tablet or my computer. Doesn't matter what device I'm on, the information is there. Very quick and easy to set up. Yeah, just set it once, forget it. So I think I've pretty much got the system streamlined now. Easy peasy. And it doesn't really matter if I forget, because it's all there. I can still go back to the chat on that day. I've got the scale, I've got the photo of the plate with the food on, It's all dated. What's that? Oh, Stone Centre. Thought it might be a new cafe stop for a minute with the benches outside. Well, it might be. I'll look at that later. Yeah, so nice and easy. The information is always available, no matter where I am, what device I'm on, as long as I've got an internet connection. Which, let's be honest, haven't we all these days? Yeah. It works really well, and it doesn't take up any time. I've also got a few never delete chats. Oh yes, I do delete each week as it comes to an end, because I've got the summary saved. Yeah, I can just delete that week then, it's gone. I've got a summary, I've got an overall sort of chat, GPT summary, my own sort of summary, all in one document. Everything else can go. It's quite easy, straightforward. And that's why I now call it a journal rather than a sort of data bank, if you like, of minutiae. Oh, here we go. This is better. Yeah, so I have some chats that always stay open. The sort of, you know, catch up, chat about anything type chats. One of those was used this morning. Yesterday was a controlled failure day. Woods ride in the morning, so I was always going to push the burn calories for the day up. I actually finished at 3,000. It was only a 20-mile gravel ride. It was only, I think, 11.5 miles an hour average. No real push involved. I mean, it's not easy. It's never easy on gravel, is it? There's always some resistance. But yeah, it wasn't like full on smash it. So 3,000 calories burned by the end of the day. But yeah, I did suffer a little bit yesterday with the munchies. And I thought I just about got it right, but the problem is things like yogurt and whey, for me, there's no satisfaction. They digested very quickly because, of course, whey powder is made for recovery. It's you know, it's a synthetic rubbishness, really, isn't it? So, of course, I was finding that now, at this point, that it just doesn't satiate. I've come back from a ride, I've had yogurt and whey powder. Sometimes I chuck a bit of fruit with it. I didn't yesterday because I didn't really feel like I'd worked as hard as normal. And yeah, within an hour, yeah, I was just craving more food. So I cooked up a big pan of chicken and broccoli, which took care of it mostly. It's what I should have done, actually. I should have skipped the yogurt and whey powder and gone straight for the chicken and broccoli. Far more filling. Does, you know, ultimately the same sort of job. It's just it would have taken me 20 minutes to do it, you know. Yeah. I don't think I'm immune to convenience for one moment. I mean, I do understand I shouldn't be. Sorry, I should be immune to convenience and I should always put the time in to do it properly, but yeah, I think that's unrealistic, let's be honest. So every now and then I do slip up, and every now and then I pay for it. But it is a learning thing, isn't it? Yeah, I learn for about the next 2 days and then forget until it happens again. Oh dear. Bloody brilliant being human, isn't it? Oh, anyway. Yeah, so then I'd done a beef casserole for dinner in the evening, and I think it's one of the reasons why I went for the yogurt and whey, because I knew there was a big dinner coming later. Now, I'm afraid it's just set me off on the wrong foot, and it didn't get much better from there. So with that in mind, controlled failure, what I'm going to do is cold fruit, cold whey powder, milk, make it like an ice cream almost, nice and thick, and have it as a sweet after dinner. I thought that was probably the least destructive thing I could do, but still sort of give me that, like, I've had a sweet thing, that's dinner finished. I've had savoury, I've had sweet, stop. And it, you know, for the most part, it worked. You know, it was absolutely fine. It did mean that I went 600 calories over my limit, or allowance, if you like, I don't know, limit, allowance, whatever, or 600 calories over what I'd planned, but of course, controlled failure, because I had burned 3,000 calories in the day, so I was still 400 under. So that's what I meant by controlled failure. Where it should have been a 700-800 calorie deficit day, it was only 4, and it was fine. So it all worked. Of course, the absolute failure. This is not slippery, is it? Yeah, the absolute failure is when the app comes out and start ordering DoorDash, which I've never done actually. I never found the need to do that. It's something that I've sort of moved away from. I don't know why, it just doesn't appeal to me anymore. So yeah, I'm okay with controlled failure. It's not too muddy actually. I thought it'd be muddy down here, which is why I'm being a bit cautious. But it's not actually. I suppose with all the rain we've had, there's no way that mud can actually stick to the road. It will get washed away. Oh, there we go. I think I can say, in all honesty, that since the start of this, I haven't had a total failure. I've still been able to be sociable. Sociable as much as I can be anyway. Not have to, you know, go out with family and have restaurant dinners and take Julie out for meals and things, but still stay in control, which is quite nice. I will adjust my activity or food for the day it usually works out okay. Still in deficit, not a big one, but you know, not out of control. So I really don't feel like what I've been doing has been restrictive. The only time it feels restrictive is when I'm doing the shopping. And there are certain things I used to pick up that I just don't anymore. It feels a little bit restrictive then, but again, the actual physical doing, the eating, the cooking, the day-to-day does not feel restrictive. And let's be honest, if there are certain things you don't have in the house, you can't eat them, can you? And it's much easier to just not have them about than it is to try and restrict yourself. Now, does that cause friction with Julie? I think sometimes it does. Yeah, I think sometimes there are things that she would like to have that we don't buy. But in all honesty, it's not such a big deal because Julie Julie does buy herself sort of treats that she likes, and I do tend to just leave them alone and not get involved with them and just let her enjoy them at her leisure. So not really a big deal there. That said, this week, you see, Julie doesn't look after herself very well. She's always too busy for everything, you know. She's one of these modern humans that's always too busy, haven't got time. Then all of a sudden, oh my God, I'm starving. You know, when actually she's got plenty of time. You know, it's just not important enough to her to fit it into her day properly. So in the week, yeah, she came home having not eaten properly all day. She'd been out most of the day. I had offered to cook her an early lunch before she went, but no. No, I gotta go. Haven't got time. Well, of course she did have time, but yeah, that's a whole different conversation, isn't it? But she came home very sort of hangry, if that's even a thing. I'm not sure it is, I don't know. I think it's just a modern word made up so people can excuse themselves for being idiots. But anyway, yeah, she came home, bit of a strop, because basically she hadn't given herself enough time to do things. So I quickly cooked her some food. She went to her club, her crochet club, whatever it is she was doing that night. But of course, on the way home, she went to the shops because she complained there was no instant food in the house for her to eat. You know, well, everything I suggested she didn't want, so of course there was. But she came home with bread and cheese. And of course, these are the things I try and avoid. And the annoying thing is, she came home with a cheese that I know she won't eat, and it's still sat in the fridge a week later, not opened. So it's almost like she bought it on purpose to punish me for making her life difficult. In that moment, I mean, obviously I'm overthinking it, but just in that moment I thought, you've done that on purpose, haven't you? You've bought things that you know are my weaknesses and brought them into the house. Yeah. And of course, to this day, the bread is in the freezer. She's only eaten it when I've toasted it for her. The cheese is still unopened in the fridge. Oh dear. So, no real friction, just little annoying things that I'm probably overthinking. Yeah, so that's another little point actually. What are we doing here? Let's have a big ring, shall we? Yeah, so that's another little point. Is there anything behind? No. Anything that is a weakness or a potential failure point, let's say, I add in difficulties. I make sure that it is not instant. So bread, sandwiches and things like that. Sort of bread and cheese and Marmite, oh my God, do I miss that sort of thing. I really do actually. So instead of having bread in the cupboard, you know, ready for when I fancy it, I put it in the freezer. Yeah. So there's no 10 seconds and before you know it, half a loaf of toast is under the grill and the butter and the Marmite. I've actually got to go to the freezer, find it, because I always put it at the back, so I've got to dig it out and you know, set the grill going. No toaster in the house, that's gone. Yeah. So set the grill going, which means it's going to take a few minutes to heat up. I'm going to have to wait. So just adding in what ChatGPT would call friction. Not making it easy, making it more difficult, making it a more considered action, and all the little actions that need to happen to make it happen. And by and large, it works. Yeah, so several times I've thought about opening that pack of cheese. Well, I'm not going to. I've decided not to. It can stay there unopened. Julie opens it, things might change. But honestly, all the time the pack is unopened, it can just stay there. I'm not bothered. I'll look at it. I might even pick it up from time to time, but then I've got to go to the drawer, I've got to find the scissors, etc, etc, etc. So, yeah, I'm quite happy. Again, just putting tasks in the way of something that once upon a time would have been easy. Turning into a nice day, but I'm looking over my shoulder. The clouds are forming. Well, there's going to be a few thousand feet climbing today, but honestly, I'm not really going at it. But I'm happy to say that I am taking it relatively easy. Let's see if the range road is open. I might go down to Lulworth. Yeah, so I might have mentioned that it's been really wet. Raining every bloody day. Anyway, that means that yeah, the New Forest is always rideable. Okay, we had a few flooded roads on one of the rides, but you know, always rideable. And you know, places like this often aren't, and there aren't any sort of off-road trails to get round it. There are some off-road trails, but not to get round things, because the off-road trails over in the Purbex actually, yeah, they degrade first, whereas in the forest, the trails don't degrade really. It's always the roads that fill up fastest. So for the last sort of 5 or 6 weeks, kind of, you know, before Christmas too, yeah, we've been out on the woods rides, and I think the main reason for that is that there is parking, it's easy to get to, there's always a decent group, it's easy, that's for sure, it's social. We have people in the group, in our group, the DGG, that live over that way. So, yeah, we can all meet up still on a Sunday morning. Coffee available, tea in my case. So it's just been, you know, what they call it? The least what's it of resistance anyway. Nice and easy, keys, bikes in the car, drive to Lyndhurst. It's only about 20-25 minutes away. Sunday morning, there's generally not much traffic. And just meet up with everyone, have a ride. So you'll have seen that if you're watching the videos regularly. So this is really very nice. It's good to be out on the road bike. On not ridiculous roads, I have to say. Yeah, damp, wet, but okay. Not too mucky. And it's just nice to have a different view again. A view actually I like. I like the back lanes of Dorset. I prefer the roads around Dorset to the off-road around Dorset. Even in the summer, when there's ooh, let's have one of those, yeah. Even in the summer, when the traffic really builds up in the holiday period, these sort of back lanes, they don't really get that much busier. So this is my, I don't know, at the moment anyway, this is my favourite sort of place to be when I'm on my own, chatting to you guys. And it's just lovely, quiet, peaceful. Not too hard that I'll be dead by the time I get home, but hard enough that I feel like I've made an effort. One of the things I don't like about it, and which I do miss from time to time, is just head down, pedal, TT style, finding a rhythm, finding a cadence and going for it. But that's okay. And then you see things like this, you think, yeah, okay, that's all right, it's fine. This is lovely. I can live with this. Yeah, Dorset's very lumpy. Up and down, up and down, up and down. Very little in between. That's why I like the bit that goes out to Dorchester, because that is relatively flat. Just a little bit rolly in places. Well, the Purbex are definitely not that. They really are just up or down, there's no in between. I put new brake pads in this, and there was ever so very slightly too much hydraulic fluid in them. I must have topped them up at some point. So the rear one is just rubbing very slightly, only when there's grit in it, not when it's free and clear. There you go, it's cleared now, so it's fine. But yeah, so I've got the microfiber towel, just dip the corner into the reservoir just to soak up a couple of mils of fluid, and everything's good. Like I say, the rear one maybe just need a little bit more out, but it's all working. And actually, even in the wet here, they haven't been overly noisy so far. That said, I haven't really had to use the brakes that much. I will have to use them in a minute. Yeah, so we've got the big climb up to Steeple. Steeple? Creech? I don't know. Anyway. And then we'll see if the range road is open or not. If it is, we'll head over to Lulworth. If not, we're sort of heading back where we came from. But that's okay. I've got no route in mind today. Just wanted to get out, honestly. That's all I really wanted. Okay, let's do that. Be nice if the road is opened across to Lulworth. Sit down by the beach, have a drink, maybe something to eat. Had eggs and rice this morning with a bit of sweet chilli sauce on. Chuck some cumin in with the rice just to give it some flavour and some antioxidant boost, if that's even a thing. Lots of buzzwords these days, isn't there? And I'm starting to feel a little bit empty, I'll be honest. I didn't really recover yesterday. Going back to the body battery scores, I don't even know what that is or how it's calculated. I think it's heart rate variation, isn't it, or something? Ooh. Something like that anyway. I'm not a scientist. I do have an ology, but no, it doesn't make me a scientist. Yeah, so I think I got back up to 50 on the battery score. Yesterday was 80 something before the woods ride. So that was my first. I did have a 100 actually. No, okay, so if these gates are open, there's a good chance the road's open. Not guaranteed. Yeah, don't look ahead. I'm not looking ahead. I looked ahead, I shouldn't have done that. What are we on? 10%. No, 9.9, 8.9. Of course, Strava and the Wahoo app will smooth that out. So it'll probably show us 9. Oh, no more gears. I don't really need another gear, I was just checking, obviously. So, 36.34. I usually run 11.32 on the back of here, but not these days. Well, not since the new year anyway. We got Mallorca coming up. Probably keep the 34 for that. And then summer in the UK, so I might go back to 32. There's not really anything locally that I can't climb on 36, 32. Do 2 teeth really make a difference? I think psychologically they do. I don't know. We're getting the wind now. Look at that, we're nearly at the top. Bloody hell. What happened there? all of a sudden. What are we on? 150 something. The watch has decided to tell me. Ooh, pedal squeak. Okay, gates open, no red flag. Yeah, let's do it. Risk of fire, low apparently. Who'd have thought? Oh yeah, it's going to rain. In fact, I'm looking ahead. That very much looks, actually feels, you know, you get that funny feeling that in the air. That's a little bit more than just low cloud. Ooh-wee. It's a Monday. Will anything be open in Lulworth? I mean, obviously the local shop will be, but cafe wise, really fancy a cup of tea. A cup of tea, a couple of sugars, and maybe half a flapjack. I haven't brought any supplies with me today. I do have a bottle. I don't know why. I never, ever, except very, very, very occasionally, do I drink from a bottle. I really need to get in the habit of doing that, but why? I'm not sure it's doing me any harm. I mean, my onboard sort of water and fluid stats from the scales say everything's fine. All the food I make the sources from water, not fats. I mean, I am getting water in my diet. I don't know. People say that hydration is important, and it is. I don't dispute that. However, if you're not eating ultra processed foods, which I'm not, you know, how much water do I need to process all the hidden fats and sugars and salts and that is in modern diets? The other thing is, do I really want to dilute all the nutrients to the point where my body has to work harder to extract them? I don't know. Again, am I overthinking? Maybe. Maybe. All I know right now is it's bloody peaceful up here. It's not raining yet. Everything is right in the world at this moment right now. take it slightly easy. The wind is quite, yeah, it is whipping me around a bit. That's okay. We know it's happening, so we're on it. It doesn't change the laws of physics. The bike will still always follow the front wheel, and that will keep you upright. So go easy, no over corrections. Just let the bike go a little bit if you need to. On a day like today, it's going to be impossible to stay in a perfectly straight line, isn't it? Well, that should have the brakes bed in, shouldn't it? In fact, it's probably got them almost worn out because I have converted to the organic or whatever brake pads. Gone away from the metal ones anyway. It might be a little bit early. I probably should have waited until the spring, summer for that. But yeah, so resin pads at the minute. We'll see how long they last. Now I did get the GRX group set for the gravel bike around New Year, and of course that comes with resin pads, I believe. Yeah, I've blown through them already. What's that, 5 weeks? But you've seen what we've been riding in. And that's, you know, riding a couple of times, sometimes 3 times a week. So yeah, it's a fair few miles. They've done okay, but yeah, they ran out quick. I don't know if the ones they send out with the group set are actually made of cheese and are supposed to wear out quick, so you buy replacements. A bit like printer ink, isn't it? You buy a printer and it'll do about 5 pages on the inks that they send out with it. So you have to buy new ones pretty much straight away. I feel that might be the same. That might be the same with the yeah, the group set brake pads. I don't know. And then something says to me, actually, why would they make a separate? Why would they have a separate line making different compounds, different all that? That can't be cost effective, surely. But you know, you just don't know in this day and age, do you? Everything's leveraged, isn't it? Somebody somewhere will have done the calculations. And it was a bit of a conversation I was having with one of the guys on the Ridge ride yesterday. He works at the shop there. And I said about, you know, I go through pads quite quickly, which I do, you know, I'm big, heavy. Sometimes pretty heavy on the braking as well. It's to be expected, isn't it? And yeah, he said that it's amazing how many people will come in and go, oh, my brake pads have worn out. You know, and they've been in there for like a year and they're disgruntled because their brake pads have worn out. So I guess everybody, again, has a different experience, a different mindset. I don't know how long it takes for rim brake pads to run out, and I don't mean like down to the metal holder. I mean, you know, still be effective. You've wound the adjuster all the way up. Because I used to go through those as well. But yeah, it's funny, isn't it? We buy a thing and then expect it to just run and run and run, never go wrong, never wear out, never need anything doing, just clean it occasionally, it'll be fine. Yeah, it's not quite how it works, is it? Let's be honest. Right, what we got? What we got? What we got? All clear. Of course it is. We're in Dorset. Nothing goes on here. Yeah, so Dorset has pretty good roads between all the places where everything happens. So deliveries and things like that tend to stick to the main roads. Roads like that once upon a time used to be a shortcut, actually now are just slow and annoying compared to the main roads that are available. Well, of course that just makes everything so much better for us. So yeah, this is a main road. Well, there'll be some traffic along here. Not too much, not on a Monday morning. Woo! Yeah, not on a Monday morning, it's not really too bad, but in the summer, there'll be quite a lot coming along here. Right, there we go. Let's do that. Ooh. Yeah, we've just come up. Yeah. Double figure climb in the teens. This is a 3, but I still know about it. Hardest thing about this road actually is the surface. Yeah, very draggy. I've got the tyres slightly lower pressure today. You know, I was expecting wet, slippy, what have you. I don't think it's hurting my performance any. Like I say, my body battery recovery stat, whatever it is not good. So I'm not exactly up and raring to go from a physiological point of view. From a mental point of view, I definitely am. So I just want to get out. Enjoy some alone time, if you like. Some quiet time on the bike. Julie's gone to the gym. Oh, is that a tank? Yeah, sounds like it. Yeah. The tanks are out, having a bit of fun in the mud. I can't see it. I thought it might be up by the gate, it sounded close. Yeah, some quiet time. Time to reflect. Yeah, a bit of overthinking, but I usually reconcile that by the end of the ride. I'm quite good at recognising when I'm overthinking. And yeah, I chat absolute garbage. And yeah, often about things I'm overthinking. That's all part of it, isn't it? Yeah. It's all part of understanding or putting things in the right pigeonholes. Where are you? Yeah. No, I can't see the bushes in the way. I can see the high-vis jackets, because obviously you want your tank commander wearing a high-vis jacket. But anyway, yeah, just see movement through the bushes there, but nothing to show, unfortunately. Yeah, so it is good to get out, put everything in its pigeonhole, put everything in its box, if you like, shut the box, put it back on the shelf, ready to come out at another time. There's actually quite a lot going on in life at the minute, decision-wise, that is. Right, car back, I think. Yep. Go on, mate. Okay, well, I'm going to get a lot slower, so I should go if I were you, otherwise you'll get impatient. Yeah, well done. Yeah, some of it's a little bit stressful actually. That doesn't help with the food side of things either. What we got? That's in the middle of the cassette. Not too bad. Off we go. Yeah, so not enough to keep me keep the brain entertained enough to forget about food, but certainly enough to think about. A little bit of stress, a little bit of worry, but mostly good stuff, I'll be honest. This is not some sort of confession or sort of therapy as such. I mean, actually it is definitely therapy for me, but you know, we all have things that we add a little bit of stress into our lives on a daily basis, don't we? And that doesn't change just because you stop working. But I think you have to be careful, or I feel yep, there we go. I feel I need to be careful that I don't give things the same sort of score 1 to 10, let's say, that I did when I was at work. Because for the most part, I have time to deal with things now. And also, most things have already been taken care of, so there's sort of everything's in motion. I just have to check that everything's okay, it's going the way that I'd sort of thought it would. So yeah, things are certainly on a 1 to 10 score, should not be should not be thought of as being the same as they were when I was younger, when I was at work, when, you know, there were stressful situations, there were fires to fight. You know, back when I was learning the experience of how to fight those fires and the quickest route to everything being calm and stress-free again. Whee! Yeah, so I would definitely suggest that not working, or not 9 to 5, or not, you know, cutting down on work, doesn't remove all the stress, but it gives you the confidence and the time and the ability to think and devote thought to the stressful things, and to really say, actually, no, this is not as stressful as I think it is. It's just that this is the stresses that has taken over from the ones that really did sit on my mind and wear me out on a day-to-day basis. Oh, sort of committed now, aren't I? I have to climb out of here. Doesn't matter which way I go. But the good news is, now I'm down off the top there, down off the ridge, the sun has come out again. So let's see if there's a cafe open. And if there isn't, we'll head into Wool and we'll find the corner shop. See, there's cars in the car park. There's always stuff going on here. Always people here. So hopefully. Oh, look at that. 33% off food every Monday. And it is a Monday. Drinks, takeaways, wonderful. Oh, it's open. Morning.
Morning.
Is that open? Yeah, it is open. Okay, what are we? 30 miles in. 30 miles in. 2 shortcake biscuits and a hot drink. And now for the long climb. Yeah, now for the long climb out of Lulworth, up over the top, fast descent depending on the wind. Hopefully we can hold a straight line. Yeah, fast descent down into Wool, and then it's decisions. I've got a rubby brake for some reason. Yeah, that's it, that's sorted it. Yeah, do we go Wool, Dorchester? Well, I'm already 30 miles in, for crying out loud. How far do I want to go today? I told myself I'd take it easy, but I suppose taking it easy doesn't necessarily mean less miles. It just means take it easy. You know, a 100-mile easy ride is still taking it easy, isn't it? It won't be 100 miles, by the way. Yeah, it definitely won't be that. But somehow I seem to have got everything the wrong way round, don't I? Because the recovery ride from the 22 mile, 13 mile an hour or 11 mile an hour gravel ride is somehow going to be more strenuous, isn't it? But hey, whatever. Right, here we go. No heroics. Little gear from the start. Pick a cadence. Yeah, and just keep pedaling. Yeah. Lulworth was the place where one of the riders that we ride with, Martin Peters, the legend of Westover Ice Rink, you know, 1980, whatever, 1985, yes, introduced me to the benefits of tuck cheese sandwich biscuits when out on a ride. Yeah, they did the job that day, and we have actually done the job on occasion on other rides. I mean, obviously, since ChatGPT, that's no longer a thing, but I guess the salt, the sugar, the fat just hits the spot. I mean, it doesn't last long, obviously, but it hits the spot. Oh, this is lovely and smooth. Right, what are we on? 1-3. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, so currently I'm hauling around a carcass that weighs 104 kilograms. So yeah, another few kilograms lost. Be nice to get to 100 by the time we get to Mallorca. There's plenty of time to do that, but it is getting harder. I mean, that makes sense, doesn't it? Of course it's getting harder. I'm lighter, you know, I'm burning less calories for the same effort. It was never going to be easy. It's always easy to lose weight, isn't it, when you first start? And then your body equals out. And things start to slow down. But that's okay. I'm aware of it, so I'm ready. Whatever the challenge is, I shall do what I can. And I will find things to do, rules, guardrails, as Chaz calls them, and deal with it on a day-to-day basis. I think the thing is that every now and then I have these dips. Like today is definitely a dip. A couple of weeks ago, I'd come out here, I'd feel great. Out of the saddle, just get on with it. Not even think about it. Today is not one of those days. So even though I'm 3 or 4 kilograms lighter, I am certainly not feeling 3 or 4 kilograms lighter or more energetic. But the thing is, as humans, we cannot be perfect every day, can we? When it comes to physiological things. So all these people that say, oh yeah, I do this so many times a week, I do that. Yeah, so what? If you don't have downtime in amongst all that, then how are you ever going to improve? You're just going to be stuck at a limit, chasing gains that are there, but you've got to let them happen. They talk about programmed trainings for professionals, you know? So even the professionals cannot be in top form for 365 days of the year. So, you know, we need to take heart from that and say, yeah, neither can we. So today is a low day. I mean, it's a great day. I'm back out on my bike. No problem there. But today is a low energy day, let's say. I did actually start to feel a bit empty, as I think I mentioned, at the coming up the climb to Creech. Steep steeple, I don't know. I don't know what areas are what. But I am still very glad to be out. What are we on? We're doing 2,700 feet already. 30 miles in. We're doing all right. You know, it's not quite 1,000 feet per 10 miles, is it? Now the stupid thing is, if that Volkswagen had gone a bit wider out, they'd have been able to see further around the corner. But instead of that, they stayed tight in, just in case something was happening. You know, just in case something was coming the other way. Then close past me. When actually it was less dangerous to not do that. It's drivers like that that worry me, because they don't have the ability to think out their actions and the results of their actions. And I understand, not all of us think the same way. Some of us are better drivers than others. Some of us think about things different way to others. So I do understand there's always going to be variations, but surely some of these things are basic. I mean, that was somebody who was driving for self-preservation rather than to the situation that was around them. Right. Nearly there. I think it's one of the things on nearly all the driving courses I've ever been on. They tell you vision is everything. You know? Get where you can see. Don't make an instant decision. Get where you can see first and then make the decision. Be ready, be prepared. But don't make the final decision until you can see. Till you are sure. Yeah. Yeah. Do not commit yourself to a maneuver until you know you can complete it without backing off. Yeah. But then I've always been, I suppose, lucky. Lucky, is that the word? I suppose throughout my career, I've always been in positions where I've needed to, I don't know, go on courses like that, safety courses, driving courses. It doesn't matter. I've just always had to attend maybe, you know, half-day things just to keep up with
safety, just to brush up on things that can become, you know, forgotten and turn into bad habits. I do wish there was some sort of structure that other people could be sort of pulled into that, even if it's only every 20 years or 10 years. I mean, that's where real road safety would take a big jump up, because people would be reminded of the things that are actually rules as opposed to the things they have in their head. Right, we have a car behind. I don't really want him to come past just yet. He can now if he puts his foot down, because we could just about see round the corner there. But no, he's decided to wait, and that's good. Well done. Doesn't mean I don't get it wrong from time to time, obviously. None of us are perfect. But I think training, learning, whatever it is, just opens your mind to potential problems more than actually, you know, getting things right 100% of the time. Right, where are we going to go? We're going to go Dorchester. Or should I head back? Hey, windy, windy. Oh, I can't wait until the summer. As soon as I go through a puddle, a bit of grit in the brake. There's nothing behind me. Yes, there is now. He's coming from a long way back though. Yeah, nothing there. What shall we do? What shall we do? Bovington? Maybe? Back over the ferry? Don't really want to go down through Sandford if I can help it. No need for that. I feel pretty good right now actually. I'm still thinking Dorchester. Of course, it's easy to feel like that, isn't it, after you've just had some shortcake biscuit, a hot drink, and downhill. Ooh, bumpy, bumpy. Yeah, no more gears. Here we go. Let's have a think. I've got to make a decision based on how I'll feel in 30 miles time if I go via Dorchester. Okay, what we got? Anybody else on the road? Cones or anything? No. Right. Oh, just missed the train. I can hear it pulling out from the station. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'll wait my turn. There's no point me filtering up to the front and complicating things, is there? What have we got? Right. Do 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 do, bumpy bumpy. Oh, is the cafe open today? Oh, it is. Well, the lights on anyway. The lights are on. Okay, fair enough. I'll remember that then. Yeah, I think that I need to probably just wait for these brake pads to wear in rather than worry about taking any more fluid out. On a day like today, there's always going to be grit in the rims, isn't there? In the pads and the discs. And don't talk to me about rim brakes, because I have a rim brake bike and I don't take it out when it's wet and gritty, simply because it sounds horrible. And it feels like I'm going to have no wheel rim left by the time I get home. Just, oh, yeah, it does. It just makes me cringe. I'm not going to go into whether they work or not, because the human brain is a fantastic organism, isn't it? It just seems to know when you have to brake to be going at the right speed at a junction. I mean, how does it do that? It just seems to be able to work out all the factors. You know, the grip, the distance, the speed, how much you pull your fingers. It just knows. So I don't think it makes any difference whether you're using rim brakes, disc brakes, or any other type of brakes for that matter. Somehow they all work and you get used to all of them very quickly and they're just perfect. So I'm not for one moment suggesting rim brakes are bad, but they just make me cringe when they're in this sort of these sorts of conditions. That said, because of the wind, look, it's nearly dry, which is something else, isn't it? Sometimes I go a bit too fast through here because it's flat. I could do with finding some riding partners, couldn't I, for these road rides? Just sort of keep everything steady and in order. Oh, look at this. I'm glad I didn't come this way last week. This would have been horrible, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah, you see, I can feel the speed building up again. For some reason this road to me just eggs me on. I think what happens is because it's a rough road surface, it's a bit draggy, I push a bit harder and of course just gradually start to speed up. But that's not what it's about today. Yeah. It's good actually that the Wahoo is now behaving itself. I did a complete factory reset. And then of course got a new phone, so I did another one. And things are really good. It seems to be a bit more responsive to the gradients. For some reason it was under reading gradients, or compared to other people's stats anyway it was. Maybe mine were correct, maybe everybody else is wrong, but yeah, it seems to be a bit better now, a bit more what I'd expect. I've got a new power meter coming for the gravel bike and for Julie's. Julie's stopped working, well, a little while back actually. Julie's got a 4 eyes power meter on her road bike, and that seems to have been pretty stable actually up till now. That said, doesn't do many miles and it definitely doesn't go out in the wet, so it's hard to say, you know, whether that's because it's robust or not. But anyway, on Julie's road bike it seems to be just fine. Hi. Hi. And the strange thing is, Yeah, Julie's power meter on the gravel bike. Yeah, it's been missing for a while, and she does miss it. She often says, you know, I miss that, and I say, well, do you want me to get you one or not? And she's like, nah. But anyway, basically, I've got her one. Yeah, because mine broke as well, and yeah, but it just seemed the right time to put all the bikes back together in full working order. That said, I need a bottom headset bearing for my gravel bike, but it just seemed the right time. So as we come into the spring and the summer, both the bikes will be fully working, no niggles, and we'll see how long that lasts. Not very long, maybe. Who knows? It does seem to me that these modern products are built down to a price. And I don't care whether it's a brand name, an accepted sort of name in the industry or not. Yeah, nothing's 100% these days, it seems to me. There's a little bit of luck involved. Yeah, we just bought an air fryer, would you believe? I know, get with the times and all that, Mike, come on. Anyway, but the reason I bring it up really is not, you know, the benefits of air frying, because I don't think there are that many, to be honest. It's more a case of, you know, even when we were looking around for air fryers, you could see that they were exactly the same air fryer. They just had a different badge on them. Yeah, so I'm not saying that's the same with power meters, but I dare say they've probably got the same chipset in them. So there's only so many chipsets for Bluetooth. There's only so many chipsets that will actually read the power going through the crank. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, reliability, even on branded stuff now, I'm not sure there's much benefit. Anyway, we decided in the end on the air fryer to get one that's double height but narrower, because we have a space it can go, but yeah, having it narrower with drawers on top of each other, actually it fits better, uses up less worktop. So far so good. I'm not sure that actually, well, I don't know. The thing is, I understand that you're heating a smaller sort of body of air, and therefore they're a bit more efficient, maybe. I say maybe, because our oven is 2000 watts, it's not a big oven. Yeah, it takes a few minutes to heat up, but then again, we're now told that air fryers, you need to heat them up for a few minutes, so where's the benefit there now? If you have multiple things to do, I still think the oven is best, you know. Whole. And if you want to crisp something up, then you can't really beat a fan oven, which is just an oversized air fryer at the end of the day. Yeah, especially if you've got a grill in the top. I'm always really disappointed with any type of fried potato out of an air fryer. There must be a knack to it that I just don't have. Because in the oven, they come out crispy. In the air fryer, they come out soggy. Even if I follow the instructions. Yeah. I do understand that different potatoes yield different results as well. But for everything else, it's not too bad. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's one of those things, isn't it? If you buy beige food from, let's say, a supermarket with lots of freezers, then an air fryer is probably brilliant. But I think if you put ingredients in an air fryer like we do, there's a little bit more learning to be done to get it right. I can see why oven chips would be fantastic in an air fryer, but we don't buy oven chips, not now. Everybody says, oh, oven chips, yeah, but they're healthier because they're not deep fried. Sorry, but the oil is added to the chip. It's already sunk in, so it might as well be deep fried. Well, that's the way I see it anyway. Yeah, so when it comes to oil absorption, not much difference between deep fried chips and oven chips, not really. Well, if I just toss some potato in a spoonful of olive oil and stick it under the grill or in the oven, I know exactly how much oil, is in that, how much is left in the pan, and it's negligible. Does it have the same texture and effect? Well, nearly. It's certainly not like, obviously, getting proper chips from a chippy. But as far as home chips go, not far off. Not far off. Well, I reckon that the weather app was lying. This is not a southerly wind. This is from the southwest, and I am cycling straight into it. So, if I was a sensible person, I would get to Dorchester, turn round, and take the exact route home again. But, I'm not particularly sensible, let's be honest. Clear that way, clear that way. Perfect timing. Obviously, I planned for that. This would be a good group ride, actually. Yeah. Into Lulworth. Another few miles into Dorchester. Some hilly bits to Blandford. And then relatively flat, probably wet and mucky as well at Calgrove, but relatively flat. Back into Wimborne and Bournemouth. But this is an example of what I was saying earlier about the roads in Dorset. We have some fantastic sort of main roads now that link up everywhere. You know, all the places that need deliveries and business and things like that. Which leaves all these old original farm tracks, droves and similar routes that have been tarmacked over the years, nice and clear for us to utilise at our leisure. But it does look like they've had pretty bad out here, the flooding, because we went out on Tuesday in the forest. It was pretty wet, let's be honest. No, we didn't go out Tuesday. No, that was the Tuesday before. There you go, see? 1 week runs into another. Yeah, the roads were really flooded. And it looks like the roads here are really flooded. So last Wednesday, when I did have the chance to go out, but had other responsibilities, it might not have been fun. The gravel pits are filling up. Yeah, so actually this is pretty pleasant. I would never turn down a ride in these conditions. So what are we on? We're over 3,000 feet now. We have done 41 miles. So yeah, much flatter now. We were just edging up towards the 1,000 feet per 10 miles, weren't we, at Lulworth? But now we've left that behind. 40 miles, 3,000 feet. We've only done 300 feet since Lulworth. And this is all very nice. The big question. Well then, do I stop for yet another cafe break at Dorchester? I am supposed to be taking it easy today. Or do I just grab a mouthful of my bottle, stick another shortbread down the throat and keep going? Then I can stop at Blandford. I don't know. I've purposely not looked at the calories in the biscuits I just had. We know that, well, I'm not counting drinks at the moment. That will obviously have to come into the equation at some point. I know that. As things get tighter, as the regime takes hold and grips tighter and tighter. But right now, I'm concentrating on the bulk of the calories, which is the food intake. I don't drink fizzy drinks, even diet ones, unless we go out for a restaurant or something. I'm not having alcohol, because again, hidden calories. So cups of tea and the occasional coffee, not the syrupy ones, just coffee. sometimes with cream, sometimes with milk, usually with 1 sugar. But I'm estimating that they come out between 100 and 120 calories. Tea much less, obviously, because that's always with milk. So they're still in my mind, they're still there. I still understand they all go towards the total. But as yet, that's just, as ChatGPT would say, noise that I don't need to include. I remember when I used to absolutely fly along here. That was back in the days when I used to eat a lot. And I was completely and totally fully fueled on every ride. And on the flat, like this, as we know, the extra weight didn't really penalise me. But these days, the continued deficit, yeah, that does penalise me. But that's okay, because it's all part of the bigger picture, isn't it? If I have to cycle a few miles an hour slower, but stay healthy for longer, well, that's a small price to pay, isn't it? Oh, hello. No, I don't remember there being any holes here because this is quite new. Flat. Right. Nearly at West Stafford. Do you know what? I think I'm just going to stop, have a little drink, and then move on. What have we done? I mean, it's only, well, it'll be about 15 miles since Lulworth. It's a bit early, isn't it, for another coffee stop? In fact, it might be a little bit early for a stop, full stop. Lots of stops there, but you know what I mean. Well, if they didn't hear the bell, they definitely hear the brakes, didn't they? I still don't like that fidlock. Nah, even after all this time. Honestly, you ask my wife. Yeah, it's not my aim that's the problem, it's the interface. So, which way shall I head back? Right, I could skip Dorchester completely. Does mean crossing the main road. Morning. It is more, yeah it is. It's not even 11 o'clock yet. Whee! Up we go. Morning. Master Thatcher. Yeah, they look really good actually. Yeah, newly thatched roofs. They do look epic. Nothing behind him though, I did look. But yeah, more thatched cottages in this part of the world, in Dorset generally I think, than anywhere else in the country. I don't think they have a specific type of thatch down here. You don't see recurring designs and what have you. But yeah, just sort of standard thatched cottages. Yeah, apparently there's loads of them in Dorset. Funny how things change, isn't it? What would have been the norm is now, you know, quite, well, you know, a little bit of a different view, isn't it? Quite interesting for the rest of us that have just sort of grown up and got used to high rises, tiled roofs, square boxy houses. Yeah, so when you're on holiday, where'd you go? Yeah, you go somewhere where everything's old-fashioned. Right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn here. There's a car behind me, but he's a long way back, so I should be able to get out of his way. Right, I'm concerned about that because this road does flood, but I'm hoping they've taken it down. Oh, he followed me around, okay. I'm hoping they've taken it down because everything's okay now. But left it there just in case, you know what I mean? Ba, ba, ba. Ba, ba, ba. Oh, it's not too bad. There's obviously still a bit of flooding in the fields, but starting to see the tops of the fence posts and things again, and it's all starting to look quite normal. It's just sort of overflowing slightly rather than spilling out into the roads now. Quite fast moving there, but you know, not too high. Oh, hello. Oh, okay, well, forget what I just said. Obviously, I know nothing. Well, okay. It's gone up to the middle of his tyres, hasn't it? Let's be honest. My bottom foot is just... Oh, it's in now, I can feel it. Don't hit a hole, don't hit a hole. Nah, that's no problem. That was no problem. Yeah. Well, that answers that question, doesn't it? Just about passable. I don't know if you get past it in that. Right. There we go. All right, what have we got? I think we're doing all right. Battery, nah, fine. I have to say, these DJI cameras, okay, they're a bit short on power in a few places when it comes to sort of colour and pixel size and what have you, but I have to say they look amazing once you get them on the screen and edit, and the battery life is something else. So yeah, I can't zoom in on them like I could with the GoPro. They're nice to have, but not, you know, a deal breaker. And actually, most people are watching videos on their phones and smaller screens these days. So who's going to nitpick about the quality? Nobody. Right. We got nothing. Let's go this way. What's going on here? I understand this is the school. They've got the Equine Event Centre. Of course, one of the benefits is that I don't need to have any kind of media mod connected. The sound is Bluetooth. And even though I don't rate the DJI microphones too highly, they're not the best. The sound can start to break down quite quickly. They do the job. And again, unless you're listening on headphones, you probably wouldn't notice the difference between the road through the media mod on the GoPro and the Bluetooth DJI sound. Kingston Moorwood House over there. Again, it's not that kind of ride, so I'm not going to show it to you. But one day we'll come out this way. A bit more sightseeing. But for now, hopefully you're riding along with me and you've either got your own soundtrack going on in your head or you're putting up with me prattling on. Right. It's going to get a little busier in a minute. Come on, man. Okay, here we go. What are we going to get? Will we get across first time? Or will we be stuck here for a minute? Car back, so. Yeah, let's go. There's 2 lanes around. This van behind can fit in, get round me. Plenty of time. Oh, he didn't. I'm surprised. Go on, mate. There we go. Nothing behind. That's good because I'm going to take the lane. And we're going to pedal out to the Piddles. Don't cut the corner, kids. Do as I say, not as I do. That said, I could see over the wall, so I was quite happy. Boop, 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 boop. Right, let's relax. This can be a busy road, but this road tends to come in fits and starts. It's rarely continuous. It's generally pretty quiet. But the best thing about it, it's dry. Look at this, it's dry. I can't tell you how long it's been. Riding on a dry road. Bloody hell. Right, steady, steady. Right, the ascent figures are going to start climbing again. Like I say, fits and starts, not continuous. Right, so 2 shortcake biscuits, about 15 to 20 miles ago, are running out. Starting to feel empty again. Not hungry, not, you know, losing power, just empty, light. Not quite sure how to describe it. These are all new feelings to me. So, I will be partaking of another one. Right, up to the top. Yeah, I need to make some flapjack. I mean, you could say that these trade packets, retail packets, are, well, they're sort of measured, aren't they? But they don't do a very good job in the gut, do they? When I do flapjack, I know what's in it. There's no extra gums and, yeah, let's have another gear. Gums and things like that in them. Emulsifiers, stuff like that. So I know what's going on in there. Ooh-wee. All right, 2 things are going to happen today. I'm either going to get back and I'm going to feel shattered, spent, shelled. I'm going to look at Strava, there's going to be PRs everywhere, and that's why. Or I'm going to get home, still feel shattered, spent, shelled. There'll be no PRs whatsoever, and that's what I expect to happen. I don't know about emptying the tank, but I know I was starting from a deficit. Yeah, I had my eggs and rice this morning, but all the same, if I was already low, not fully recovered from yesterday, oh, you know, I was never going to be strong today, was I? Right, I can see in the dip. Hopefully they can too. Go on. No, they're hanging back. It's a van, so it's possible he's turning off into one of these. Ooh. That wind is something else. Right, you can definitely get by now. No, he's still hanging back, so. That's fine. Right, I've got a choice here. I either carry on into the Piddles and across the Sturminster, but the problem with that is, all of a sudden, it's a 100-mile day, and some of it's off-road. So I think I'll make the turn. I won't pedal to the Piddles, and I'll stay on the road to Blandford. Yeah, let's do that. It'll still be a substantial day, and there's flipping heck, that's a headwind. I'm wondering if I made the right decision here. I'm not even sure you'll be able to hear me. Yeah. You are a blimp and a wombat for this kind of wind. Yeah, a little fluffy cap. Probably not going to have much effect. I'm talking about the wind muffs on the microphones. Yeah, some sound engineers are lazy. I was occasionally one of those, because I'm not a sound engineer, but they'll always go for a boom pole, a blimp, and some sort of wombat, just because it's safe in all sort of conditions where you can keep it out of shot. But of course, other than having a car next to me with a boom pole out the window, it's just not possible on the bikes. That's why for vlogging, everybody, pretty much without exception, uses a lapel mic or some sort of mic that's worn on the clothing or under the clothing or somewhere. And of course, in this day and age, they don't really care if it's in the shot or not, which is a little bit alien to me, to be honest. But you know, I've gone with the times. I don't try and there we go. Yeah, I don't try and hide them. You know, it's just the way it is, isn't it? Thank you, sir. Thank you. We're doing all right here, aren't we? Cracking on. Yeah, so of course now the in thing seems to be fixing the mic to some sort of kitchen implement or similar and actually using it as an in-shot microphone. That's a bit of fun, isn't it? How times change. And how the established sort of program makers, broadcasters haven't really moved with it, have they? Yeah, is it any wonder that YouTube is taking over? Really? It's not really, is it? Because it's giving out content that people want, as opposed to these stuffy, sort of politically correct, written sort of dramas that you see on the TV channels everywhere now. They have their value, don't get me wrong. I mean, a lot of craft and time and effort has gone into them. I'm not saying they're rubbish. I'm not saying that they don't, you know, look great and all that sort of thing. But you've got to say, you can drive a bus through some of these plot lines. I'm not going to go too deep into it. Yeah. So, there you go. I do like the extra balance of characters, though. You know, Midsummer Murders got a bit of a slating, didn't they? Because everybody was sort of white and posh in it, and yeah, they were. I think that is probably true of most English villages. Nearly everybody works in the cities now. People are migrating to the cities. So I suppose in reality, it was, you know, correct. But of course in this time and age, it can't be like that. And I do enjoy it more now that there are a variety of characters that bring their own. I think at first they just stuck some ethnic faces in, didn't they? Minority faces. I don't know what you call it, but they still acted like they were posh and living in an English village. But I think they've widened that a little bit, broadened that a little bit, and I like that. And it is. I mean, how long has Midsummer Murders been going? and it's still popular. So they've got to be doing something right, haven't they? Thank you. I think that I've been watching a lot of Australian stuff, New Zealand, you know, Anzac type TV series and that. It seems to be the same the world over, and you know, you have to watch these things and take them at face value, even if it's a situation you don't understand. Obviously, I don't live in a you know, a town in the outback that's all tin roofs and farmyards, you know, so I don't fully understand the situation, but I can still enjoy the stories, enjoy the characters, and yeah, again, the writing falls down somewhat from time to time, but I don't know that it didn't always, did it? I don't know. Yeah, plot holes you can drive a bus through. It's not really a new thing, is it? I don't know. I feel like it is more now than when it, than it used to be. Right, actually I'm going to have a drink and a biscuit before I go on to the next bit.
Lemon flavour shortcake. And when it says lemon flavour shortcake, that almost certainly means there is actually no lemons in it whatsoever. It's just lemon flavour. Okay, here we go. Back on the move again. I can't hear anything, but I don't want to take any chances. Whoop. There we go. Well, I heard them from a long way away, so I would have been all right. But, right, slowly up we go. Let's warm up again, shall we? Of course, the last time I came up here, absolutely tipping down. Really quite different today. I'd like to say it's quiet, but I can clearly hear the Dorchester bypass over there. Yeah. But you won't be able to hear that, so for all intents and purposes, let's say it's nice and quiet. I was just looking at the route actually, because I seem to remember it was about 75 miles originally, the last time I did this, or came out this way, let's say. Not this route specifically. It had elements of this route, let's say. And it was 75 miles. So I'm not sure what we're going to get to today, because I've added in some climbing and of course the little loop down to Lulworth. So we'll see. I'm not even going to hazard a guess. It's not important. There it is. Oh yes, gear's all fine after the going through the water. Or they appear to be anyway. There we go. Yeah, so I don't know what that shortcake biscuit is actually doing inside me. As long as it gives me the energy to get to Blandford, maybe beyond, we'll see. A lot of climbing between now and then. So I'll need to make a decision at some point. Is the last stop going to be at Blandford? Or will I make it to Wimborne? This is all quite a new feeling for me. I've never ever had to worry about running out of energy on a bike, ever. I've always been fully fueled, loads of onboard fuel storage, lots of fat. Yes, I would get slower and slower, but I never ever ran out of energy. So this sort of, well, I haven't yet, to be honest, but this sort of empty feeling I get these days, that's all new. This is all stuff I've got to learn. I've got to learn how to manage it. Again, I might be overthinking it a little bit. It might be straightforward, it might be easy. It might be actually that this is just how it is now. And woo, you know, shut up and get on with it, sort of thing. Get used to it, let the body adapt. I don't know. Have to wait and see, won't we? But yeah, this is all new to me. And I knew it was going to come. I knew one day things were going to change. Car back, I may or may not have to do something about it. We shall see. Right, be patient, because I'm quite happy to let you go by. Just the one. Yep. All right, on my own again. Lots of snowdrops. We noticed this the weekend, Julie and I. They are literally bursting out of the ground. Is that the first sign that spring is coming? I mean, it is now light at 5 o'clock in the evening. I think official sunset time now is like 5:30. And obviously we've had so much rain. Have I mentioned the rain, by the way, we've had in the last month? I might not have done, but anyway, with the rain and the dull skies and everything, it hasn't felt like it's getting lighter in the evening. Not really. But the official sunset time is now about 5:30. And I think we're about 7:30 in the morning.
Right, look this way before you turn. Thank you. Right, Dewlish. Oh. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Actually, I'm sort of getting, legs are waking up again now. It's amazing how long it takes now from stop to go. I noticed since I've lost weight, I do it on the gravel bike as well, I don't know what it is, I use the tops an awful lot more. I never ever used to use the tops, not really. Now I've lost weight, I seem to be just naturally gravitating to them. I mean, what's that all about? See, this is why I would never really pay for a proper bike fit, because of course most of you out there would probably put two and two together and say, well, that's because the bike's too long for you, and you're probably right, but it didn't used to be. So what changed? You know, what changed that actually losing weight and not having a big gut in the way to bend over somehow made me shorter, or put me in a position where I could actually do with a shorter bike. I mean, I'm not going to get a shorter bike because, this one's just fine. I'm still not uncomfortable on it, but I just notice, even though I'm mostly in the hood still, I do just that. I find that quite, I don't know what I find it actually. I mean, it's comfortable enough. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what to make of it, to be honest. No, I'm sure there's some other ideas out there, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what to think of it anyway. Maybe it's just nothing. Maybe again I'm just overthinking it. I think in my head it's because I am now more comfortable in the saddle. Obviously there's a lot less weight pushing down on the saddle, so sitting upright slightly is not, I'm not going to say as uncomfortable, though that is what I mean, but yeah, maybe because before leaning forwards and putting weight on my arms actually alleviated my back end. So yeah, there could be several reasons, but it's just something I've noticed, and I've done it naturally. I haven't thought, oh, I can sit up here, or I just find myself naturally, when I don't have to push, or when I'm going up a hill and just got to sort of find my cadence and wind my way up, I just seem to be naturally doing that and still being comfortable. Anyway, there you go. Da, da, da. There's no point in clearing the brakes, is there? Because look. We're going to start climbing in a minute. We've already sort of done the first bit and then the next bit. And very soon we have to make a decision on which way we're going to go up and over the top of Bulbarrow and down into Blandford. I think I might do the Abbey, do the full climb all the way up to Bulbarrow, and then we got the fantastic fast descent, haven't we? I mean, the roads will be grubby, but if they're clean, if you've got a clean line, and if they're dry, why would I pass up that opportunity? Well then. Right. Woo. Water's running, but it's okay. Ooh, let's have that. Hole! I've done it again, you see? And the stupid thing is, I don't know when I did it. Anyway, there we go. Yeah, so I've never been uncomfortable on the bike, not really. Even when I was big, 130 odd kilograms. I used to give myself bum rest every now and then. I don't deny that. Whenever I had the opportunity. Hills, going uphill, well, going downhill was bum rest. I've done it again, look. And going uphill, it was actually sitting in the saddle upright was harder than the pedalling, because it was all right on the short ones, obviously, but on long hills it did start to get a little bit painful back there. That is no longer an issue, or it doesn't seem to be. Never really suffered from sores or anything like that. I don't use chamois cream. I think it's one of those things that once you start using it, you can't go back. So I avoid it. Never needed it. Maybe one day, if things change, I don't know. I don't know. Some people, of course, will swear by it, which is fine too. But for me, I'm going to sort of stay well clear for the time being. Don't look up. For Christ's sake, don't look up. Oh, bugger, I looked up. Sorry, it's quite a short bit. It looks like a wall from here. Won't do on the camera, obviously, but it's actually not too bad. It's quite short. I am in the middle of the cassette still, so I've got plenty to... I'm not going to muck about. I'm just going to go straight down into the baby gear. Yeah, small ring at the front, big ring at the back. Yeah, and just wind away. Yeah, so things like this weren't a problem, but yeah, as I went up longer hills, it didn't have to be particularly steep. It was more the sitting in the saddle that was discomfort rather than the pushing of the legs. My phone keeps going off.
Here we go. Right, tractor. Has he seen me? Which way is he going? Around here. Thank you. Woo-wee. Right, I can start adding in gears again now. Ooh-doo-doo. We're getting there. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the comparison between the last time I came this way and today. I don't think any PRs to be had today. Last time I seem to remember, I felt great. But did I feel great because I wasn't pushing that hard? It's possible, isn't it? I don't feel like I'm pushing that hard today, but it is definitely harder today. I feel like it's hard today. But again, I don't feel like I've probably recovered to a point where I got plenty of energy. Right, up over the top, a couple of rolly bits, and before you know it, we'll be on the 15-16% gradient up to Bulbarrow. There we go. That's better. Dip-dip-a-dip, dip-dip-a-dip. I'm not on the gravel bike, so I'm not going straight on. I can't hear anything. Yeah, all good. Right, around we go, watch out for the mud. Right. Yeah, unfortunately you can't really have a run at that one because of mud on the road. You can in the summer. Because it's only really that first bit that's steep. Yeah, I can already start adding gears back in. See, I'm stopping myself now. Got a little way to go yet before the really hilly stuff kicks in. But this will keep the legs interested for a while yet. Are we? Yeah, 2.5%. 57 miles in. (4,300 feet of climbing so far. Definitely getting dull in the sky. Did say that the rain would come in later. Not sure I'm going to get away with it. If I can get down into Blandford before the worst of the rain hits, I'll be happy. In all honesty, if it started pissing down now, I'd be happy. Just happy to be out. Happy to be able to do this. All good. Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? When the wind's blowing in your ears, you got a blind corner. I mean, it'd be far too easy for me to suggest it's Dorset, what am I worried about? But just takes that one time, doesn't it? Right. Very mucky road, steep downhill, get behind the saddle. In the summer, of course, it's a whole different kettle of fish. But when you've got green moss down the middle and cars messing about in front of you, yeah, it's time to, yeah, just take it easy. Woo! Ba, 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 ba. Right, let's go up to Compton Abbas.
just because we can. But at the top, I should turn left and actually go up to Bulbarrow. We'll save the Abbey for another time because the Abbey actually looks far better coming in the other direction. I don't particularly want to stop and start taking photos and stuff. So we'll just keep moving for now. So normally we get to the top here and take the road to Wimborne, Studland, is it? I think it is. Not today. Today we'll get to the top, go up to Bulbarrow. Hopefully the road will have a clean line at least, and will be dry, and we can have a little play on the descent. Definitely need to change a battery by then, I would have thought. I have to check if there's any room left on the card as well. Fortunately, another plus for these DJI cameras is they have some onboard storage, emergency storage if you like. So if you do run out of space on your card, yeah, an old Saab V4. Anyway, yeah, if you do run out of space on your card, you can get a half an hour or so on the onboard storage. Come on, don't mess about. A few new roofs going on by the look of it. Not sure who owns these. I don't know if they're privately owned or if they're in the trust of the estate, rented. Don't know. There's one for sale there, so that's that, the old village hall or something. The old chapel, there you go, for sale. But I would think that all of these have got rules in place. Everything's tied down, what you can and can't do with them. I mean, don't get me wrong, my experience with the planning department is, or with the planning departments I've ever had to deal with, it was about allowing people to live in them comfortably, you know. There were things you were allowed to retrofit, as it were, as it was generally internal layout, external layout, things like that. Weren't allowed to muck about with it too much. There we go. Come on then. Old Village Hall picnic area. There you go. Hayden Plantation. Bridle path.
So I suppose in theory we could ride through there, but I don't think we choose to. New builds at the top here, using traditional methods maybe. Flint, yeah, flint walls. Oh dear. And yeah, slate roofs, no tiles. Nearly there. Yeah, struggling today. That's all right. Like I say, things are going to get harder, and I'm going to have to learn how to deal with that. Okay. There we go. Which is fine by me. In fact, it keeps things interesting, does that? Even keel is nice, but it can get mundane. Yep, adding the gears back in. Now going this way up to Bulbarrow does turn it into a long drag. Not too steep, but yeah, a bit of a drag. That was wishful thinking, wasn't it? Thought I'll have another gear there. Yeah, right. So what are we on? Oh, look at that. 4,600 feet. Yeah, the brain's going. We shall zoom down to Blandford. Hazelnut chocolate brownie, 400 calories, and that'll carry us home. Lots of battery changing to do, I think. I'll do that at the top. That should see us through.
I wonder if I'll be able to put the stats on this one. I always think, I know some of you don't like it, but I always think if you're riding along, it gives you an idea of the effort I'm putting in. So you have some sort of comparison. Well, I don't know how it works, but I mean, could you even download the GPX from this ride and put it into your trainer? I don't know how it works. You know, because then you can get in the comments and say, yeah, I did the same route as you, absolutely smashed you up, bloody what's it? You know what I mean? I don't know how it works. Right, Wahoo's going to have a meltdown now because I'm not going to follow the route. In fact, I might as well turn it off, to be honest. Yeah, so is that a thing? I don't know whether that's a thing or not. Or do you have to use the pre-designated routes given out by Ruvi or Swift or Full Gas or whatever? How does that work? Right, so it's a bit rolly through here. We have a little bit of downhill now, but it doesn't last long before we've got a sort of 2-3-5% grade again up to the top. I am going to give myself some bum rest. Been sat in the saddle there climbing for quite a long time. Boop-a-doop, boop-a-doop. Well, I do feel like my lemon flavoured biscuits are doing okay. I'm starting to feel a bit empty again, so I'm definitely burning through them. You know, refined carbs and all that sort of rubbish. So I don't understand things like gels and bars and that you get, because they're obviously measured out that you have to have like one all the time so they can sell you loads. You know, market forces, isn't it? That's why I don't get too involved with them. Much rather have real food. I think on balance, everybody probably would, wouldn't they? Have real food, keep things like gels for emergencies. But of course the temptation is just to have them because you got them. That's why I tend not to carry them. I'm not really into convenience. I do give into it every now and then. I think I said earlier, you know, let's be honest, every now and then convenience is there and I do give in, but generally speaking, I won't start a ride with convenience in mind. Like this morning, I did actually boil the rice. Wasn't a packet, boil in the bag or any of that. It's actual rice. I did crack the eggs. It wasn't whites out of a bottle or anything like that. I want the fat content. I want the fat to smooth over everything. That's what fat does, doesn't it? Adds a bit of calorie. We know that, don't we? Oh, hello, have I got something? I've got dink, 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 dink. Anyway, I'll have a look when I get to the top. I'm going to stop and take a photo, so no big deal. Yeah, fats are not bad. Don't be scared of the fats. Be scared of certain types of fats. I've probably had some of those in my lemon flavoured biscuits. But that was today's convenience done. Woo, come on. See, I don't know at the moment if the graph on my Wahoo here is showing me the elevation for the route it thinks I'm on, or the route I'm actually on. I don't really need it, to be honest. And yes, there we go, nearly there. Lots of bluebells down through here in the spring. It's all very nice. The thing is, in the other direction, you whiz past it so fast, you miss it. There we go. Nearly there. Still climbing, for sure, but nearly there. Yeah, we'll be at 5,000 feet by the time we get to the top. 61 miles so far. It's not 40 miles home from here, so we're not going to hit the ton, that's for sure. But I'm going to get a good amount of miles under a belt today, that's for sure. There we go. Much flatter from here. We've effectively climbed to the top now. There's a little bit of this, but we are to the top. Well, the road's not dry, but it is clean. Again, all the rain we've had, I have mentioned the rain, haven't I? Yes, all the rain we've had has obviously washed the road. Ooh. Nearly there. It's one of those you got to go down to go back up. Let's get my bum in the right place, shall we? That's changed. Here we go. We made it. Better get a photo before the sun goes away. Right, what are we on? Yeah, look. Okay, 4933. So nearly 5,000 feet. Okay, let's go. Down into... Whee! I just bumped into a subscriber. Yeah. He's a roadie out of Wimborne. Watches the videos. Yeah, excellent. Right, it has got dark. I don't know if you can tell on the camera, it has got dark. So, we need to get a move on because this darkness is not one that's going to go away. They did warn that rain was coming in later. Ooh, bumpy, bumpy. Oh, very thin lines sometimes. Skinnies. Up we go. Okay, so hopefully we shall get home. I had to change my battery on the camera. Thank you. Yeah, change the battery on the camera and swap to a second mic. Here comes the rain now. Alright, nothing behind. We can pick and choose our line. It is pretty clean actually. Ah, skinny. Anyway, Well, it was pretty clean actually. Bumpy, bumpy. Yeah, still clear behind. Strong wind though. Definitely won't be a PR today. Yeah, nothing behind. I am getting buffeted around, I'll be honest. Yep, still clear behind. Still clear behind. Ooh. Right, still got brakes. It's not too mucky here, so could possibly have just held off for another few seconds, maybe for any extra few hundred feet, but anyway, here we are. That was Bulbarrow descent to Wimborne Whitechurch. No, Studland. Wimborne Studland. There we go. always fun, even in the rain. The road wasn't too wet, no grip issues. The wind was buffeting a bit. You know, not perfect conditions, let's say, but in the summer or on a still day when it's dry, that is an absolute blast. Don't get me wrong, I mean, it doesn't measure up to Femenia in Mallorca, but as descents go, that's probably one of the best in the area. Not too steep that you lose control. You still got to pedal to get the best out of it. The corners are manageable. The road surface is not terrible. And you can see traffic coming the other way as you approach the corners, so yeah, one of my favourites. And here we are, out on the bike. Aren't we bloody lucky to be able to do this? I feel lucky, that's for sure. One of the questions I was just asked was, how many bikes have you got? Because, you know, it's a funny thing, isn't it, when you sort of get into cycling, somehow bikes just gravitate, don't they? You know, you get parts, and then all of a sudden, before you know it, you got enough for another bike. Such is life. I was thinking about it. I mean, I've only actually got two that I use regularly. The Tri-Ban, it does get used. You don't see it in the videos very often. I use it occasionally. The Sonda will get used. It's going through a transformation at the moment. It's gradually becoming what we affectionately term as a woods bike. Yeah, a bit like the GCN hipster commuter bike, but we call it a woods bike. Don't know when that'll be done because it's a sort of in progress. Yeah, work in progress job. It'll be done when it's done. And I got a single speed. That doesn't get used at all these days, not even around town. I sometimes take it out just for the fun of it. I don't go anywhere. I'll just ride around town, that sort of thing. I do enjoy it. It feels nice. It's steel frame, heavy steel frame. There's nothing fancy about it. There's no chromoly or anything like that going on, but it rides really, really nicely though. I've had it in different setups actually. I've had it with drop bars, flat bars. It's got flat bars on it at the moment. Might put it back to drop bars. Yeah. Got rim brakes, 28mm tyres. It can't take any more than that. 28mm tyres is the maximum on that one. Yeah, I won't do any more than that. And what else have I got? I think the rest of it is just, those are the bikes that are in workable order, let's say. I could pick any one of those, pump the tyres up and ride them, except for the Sonder. I mean, it is sort of rideable, but yeah, it's not quite finished. Gears aren't set up properly, that sort of thing. Everything else is perfectly rideable. Alright, just about to click over 5,000 feet. There it goes, 5,000. God, yeah, this headwind. Got this all the way home now. 66 miles in. I think we're probably looking at just under 20 miles home from here. Yeah, definitely 80 miles or more today. Yeah, that's the way I'm going. It's obviously very popular today. Everybody's going this way. I wonder why. The road round to the right is the main road. I wonder what the problem is. Anyway, what are we on? Boo, boo, boo. Boo, boo, boo. So there you go. Can you get Isle of Wight style numbers on the mainland? You certainly can. Yep. And actually, of course, the randonnée, which is what I'm talking about really, not just riding around the Isle of Wight, isn't really that difficult because it's like 15-mile rides in a row, really. I mean, you could blast around and only stop at the checkpoints that you want to. You could just nip in, zap the QR code and zip out again. But I don't think that's really the essence of the day. The essence of the day is to support local charities. Okay, what's going on here? Oh no, we're good. Yes, is to support the local charities. So all of the feed stops, they're all selling cakes and sandwiches and teas and coffees, snacks. And all the money goes to local charities on the island. So really that's the essence of the day. So it is good to make those stops. But if you wanted to thrash around there, you're probably looking at 2 stops on the island. Maybe even 1, because of course the ferry over and the ferry back is a stop. You know, there's food available, drinks available on the ferry. I've never actually gone over there and just done the road ride, other than the randonnée, because we've always taken our gravel bikes and gone off-road. So maybe one day I'll get on the road bike, just go down to the ferry and off we go, because there's absolutely no reason why not. That's the thing about the Isle of Wight, it's always there and the route is always available to anybody. You just get to the island and there's signs. One's blue on white and the other one's white on blue. So depending on which way round you want to go, clockwise or anti-clockwise, you just follow the signs. It's also available on GPS, it's everywhere if you search for it. But it's just an easy, as in not much in the way of logistics required, day out on the bike. Turn up, follow the signs, job done. No, he went the other way. He didn't follow me down. There is a car a bit further back. Ooh! Yeah, closing down, but honestly, ooh, hopefully they'll just wait until we're around the corner. Lots of vision when we go around the corner. There you go. It's all yours, mate. I'll stay out your way. Ah, okay. It was the one that pulled out behind me. Woo-wee. Dry roads again. How wonderful. Nothing behind me. Yay! And this is Blandford. A little nod to the railway there, Bryanstone Halt. I dare say once upon a time there was a little station somewhere here, probably for the school. Bryanston School is still there, but obviously the railway no longer comes near Blandford. It has now become the North Dorset Railway, which is just epic. But it's still considered a railway town. Lots of references. An old bit of bridge, viaduct that went over the river with the railway on over there. Got history boards and information and that up. So Blandford is still considered a sort of railway town in a way, even though it no longer has a station or a railway coming through it. Right, Reeve the baker, pot of tea, and a chocolate hazelnut brownie. Or should I have a proper lunch? I could do, couldn't I? Chicken salad, something or other. Do I want fuel? Or do I want fuel? It's fuel or fuel, take your pick. Ham salad roll, which didn't have mayonnaise in it, so a few less calories. Bit of bread for fast carbs. Bread is the enemy, so, you know, I do know that. Ooh, right. What's going on here? Right. That's good. Here we go. Oh, hello. What's happening here? Alright, well, I'm going to nip through because yeah, I can't be sat out in the... Oh, hello. All sorts going on today, isn't there? Right. Yeah. I sort of wanted to hang on there a bit just to let the food go down, but I know the rain is coming, so I need to crack on really. Oh, hello, there's a car left. Let's not worry about that. This one's a bit of a lottery. If you stay on the bike path, you get caught at the crossing. You go on the road, you get caught at the crossing. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But the problem is you can't see it until you go around the corner, so you just got to make your choice and take what you get. What is that? It stopped. That's that noise that started earlier. And then it stopped, so I didn't bother looking for it. And now it's back. Woo! Come on, up we go. Right knee's having a little bit of a moan at the minute. It was fine before I stopped.
Actually, on the whole, the bike has been good. Yeah, it's been pretty good, hasn't it? I did put new brake pads in. Oop, oop. And, oh wow, that's high. It's over the fence the other side. Wow. Yeah, that is high, isn't it? And that's gone down. That's not as high as it would have been. Oh, wheel spins. Yeah, I managed to catch myself before I completely collapsed on the saddle. That could have been unpleasant. Anyway. Here we go. Hopefully whatever is in the front wheel or the front disc will sort itself out in a minute. But it's been an altogether quieter experience today. Not nearly as much brake noise as we've had on recent videos. Almost dry roads, almost. I mean damp, you can see they're wet, but yeah, not many puddles, not too much anyway. Oh, headwind, headwind, headwind. Not supposed to be like that along here. It's got cold actually. I'm not particularly cold. I've got this black base layer is my thickest one. Very slightly fleecy inside. Not too thick. And I got my Psychology top on, which is actually a summer top, but with the neck buff it's enough to yeah, keep my shoulders and arms warm, which is where I seem to feel it these days. And got some Endura winter bib tights on, because I had a feeling it was going to be cold. Well, certainly get cold if I got wet. Ah. Morning, afternoon. Am I okay to go by? Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, so yeah, these Enduro winter bibs actually, they're quite big and heavy. I mean, these are not lightweight in any way. Slightly fleecy on the inside, but they've got a full panel up the front. Oh, hello. Yeah, so they are actually pretty warm. They're still relatively new, let's say. I mean, I've had them for a few years, but I don't actually wear them that often because we don't usually get that cold in the UK, you know. Yeah, you can see this was bad. Look at this.
signs out back there, so it doesn't surprise me. I've got a feeling this is going to be the wettest, dirtiest part of the road, of the route, for sure. You can tell I'm operating in a deficit, can't you? The brain is not quite there. Satellite delay to the mouth. Not quite getting the words right. But anyway, wow. Yeah, the fields on the right there. Yeah, wow, they're obviously completely flooded. You can see little patches of green in them now. Oh, look at that. Yeah, there's all sorts of silt and dirt all over the farmyard back there, so it must have flooded all the way up in there. Wow. Oh, flipping heck, this wind. Yeah, this is going to be the wettest, muckiest bit of the ride. But that's okay. I was never going to get away with washing the bike today, was I? It's going to be a little bit more than yeah, wipe down and a bit of lube on the chain, wasn't it? So that's fine. What are we? 20 to 2 now. Set out just after 7, was it? About 25 past 7. Yeah. So, you know, we pushed on as much as my energy has allowed me for today. Couple of stops, few stops, 2 official ones. Yeah, and a quick drink stop. And now headwind to finish. I actually came this way round because this is usually slightly downhill. Well, that won't change. But also tends to have a little bit of wind behind. Not today. What are we on? 5,300 feet of climbing. That's a bit more than normal, isn't it? So, do I feel low energy today because it's been a somewhat harder ride than usual? No, I don't think so. I didn't feel great out the door. I flew up the hill to Westbourne, thought, oh, okay, maybe, who knows? But yeah, the hill from Branksome Chine up to Camford Cliffs, yeah, put a stop to all that way of thinking. Has wind played a factor today? I don't feel like it has, but actually there have been a few places where I've really felt it. So yeah, maybe 1 or 2 of those were uphill. I think that's the thing, isn't it? Is that flooded that down. No, it's all right, it's just a big puddle. That is something that when you ride on your own, there really is nowhere to hide, is there? You just got to take it on. Deal with what you get given. Right, this is the hardest bit on the way back. So let's just little gear up to the top. No heroics today. We are finishing the ride. We are not looking to set any records. The other thing is, I want that food to digest. Like I said, I left quickly because I thought it was going to rain. I wanted to crack on, but actually it's not too bad at the minute. I might get away with it. But it does mean I didn't sit and let it go down, start to digest. I mean, the bread, it's fast carbs, isn't it? That probably would have started digesting pretty quick. Yeah, there was some green in there, a bit of fibre and what have you that might have slowed it down, but honestly, yeah, I don't think it made that much difference. I'd already made my decision what I was going to have. I think the hazelnut chocolate brownie is a great thing if I'm on one, as it were, and you know, really going at it. I mean, it does, honestly. I've come out of there and absolutely blasted home, having had one of their hazelnut chocolate brownies. But that's not what's happening today. Today it's about getting it done. Getting home, get in the shower, get warm. Proper meal later. Lots of protein, green veg. Get everything back on track. Do I have? Yeah. I need to stay away from the whey protein, don't I? Or do I? After a big ride like today, is that the perfect thing? I mean, I guess that is what it's for, but yeah, it's not been treating me well over the last week or so, so I'm probably going to skip it. I'll stick some chicken in the microwave as soon as I get back. We've always got frozen chicken breasts in the freezer. You know, we buy fresh meats as well, but yeah, there's always frozen chicken breast. So a backup supply, let's say. I use it a lot. So if I stick some of that to defrost in the microwave as soon as I get back, by the time I clean the bike, that'll be ready to cook. Slice it up a bit, chuck it in the oven with some broccoli, go and have a shower. By the time I get out, it'll be ready to eat. Yeah, I think that's the plan. I dare say I probably should have some carbs of some sort, so I might chuck in some potato, something calm. I had rice this morning. Rice is a bit spiky. That's why it's so good for giving energy. Digests quickly, boosts the blood sugar. It does give you energy. It's bloody good stuff. However, it does mean you need to be a little bit cautious about how you use it at other times in the day. Bloody hell. Look at this. I feel like it's been raining here. I mean, this is a relatively wet road through here at the best of times, but I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, so rice, or I found that rice is really good before a ride, but it leaves me a little bit cold turkey, let's say, if I have it in the evening. Yeah, a little bit. Oh, what should I have? I need something else. Yeah, so I don't have rice in the evenings anymore. Yeah, ChatGPT says that potato is calming on the gut. It's starchy carbs, so slightly different. It's a bit more calming, so at the end of the day, if carbs are required, and I think they probably will be today in all honesty, then probably potato is the way to go. Right, please. Whee! Oh, there's a hole there. Fortunately, it wasn't too much of a big hole. Yeah. I was right to avoid this road for a few days because I did think about going down to, or riding to Blandford and back on a couple of days. And I think I made the right choice to not do that. Right. Yeah, it did get to a point that even though it was raining outside, I just thought, actually, it's not that bad, let's go. But yeah, I didn't in the end, and I think I made the right choice. Yeah. What are we? So 10 to 2. Takes me an hour. That's 10 to 3. Blah, 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 blah. You see, I'm now thinking that timing wise, I could have an impact way made with water as soon as I get home, and would that tide me over until dinner time, where I can have the full-on chicken, broccoli and potato. Ooh, decisions. I think if I do go down the protein shake route, I have to prepare myself for the oh dear, look at this. Yeah, for what will come with it. Oh well, I'm not turning round. Well, we were doing okay, weren't we? It's only about 6 inches deep actually. My feet are just skirting over the top, so it's not that bad. Right, come on. Yeah, I should possibly have gone up to Witchhampton, but I don't know that that would be any better. And of course it may well have then turned into a 100-mile day, and I don't particularly want to do that. It wasn't what I planned. According to the Garmin, well it is, according to the Garmin watch, I have burnt over 3,000 calories so far just on this ride. The Wahoo is saying 3,600. I'm not quite sure which one is right. I'm guessing that the Wahoo is the only one that has power, ascent, heart rate, and all the other data coming into it, so maybe. We'll see, but you see, even that is a huge drop from years ago. Say years ago, about a year ago, last summer. Well, there have been rides when I was at my biggest where, you know, 50-60 mile day was 5,000 calories. Well, that certainly doesn't happen anymore. So things are coming together. They're getting closer. Okay, White's Mill. Oh, sorry everyone. That wasn't flooded, which is a good sign. That's always flooded there on that corner, so obviously going down enough. It must be just holding it like a bowl on that bit of road back there. There we go. Up over the top. Ha. So this is the lowest lying ground on this road. So let's see what we get. It all looks beautiful from here, but we'll see. Well, that's another thing that's changed. My power. It's much lower than it was. I am used to looking down and seeing, you know, 300, 400 watts a lot of the time, even on the flat. But yeah, these days it's in the high 100s, low 200s a lot of the time. There can, of course, be several reasons for that, but ChatGPT says, yeah, well, once upon a time, as I said before, you were fully fueled all of the time. You know, you might have been slow uphill, but you always had power, you always had energy. That's changed. And he's right, that has changed. And it's becoming more and more obvious as I look down on the screen as I'm riding along. And it's not disheartening, even though the figures are going down. You know, power is going down, speed is going down. It's just a natural part of what I'm trying to achieve, I suppose. So I can frame it as quite a positive, yeah, quite a positive thing, really. Well, so far so good down here. I am surprised. Down here at the corner as we go into sort of Pamp Hill. Yeah, it gets a bit mucky, even at the best of times. So we'll see what we get. But honestly, we're so close to Wimborne at that point, it shouldn't be a problem. Even if I have to wade through it, it doesn't matter, we're close enough now. And the road looks reasonably dry, so hasn't been too much water dragged along the road with tyres and that. But that's what I'm going to tell myself anyway, because, you know, I want to hold on to something positive, just in case. Oh, no, they're moving. They look like they were going very slow, but no. There's no water dripping off the bottom of their car. That said, that front bumper does look quite clean, but then so did the whole car, so not too bad. Yeah, look, there's a little bit here, but I can still see the surface. Oh yeah. Right, look out for holes, because there are some through here. Yeah, that could have been a lot worse through there than than that. It obviously has been. This is all mud down the bottom of the road there on the side, so yeah, we're getting away with it. Again, the road's gone dry up here, so hopefully no water being pulled along. Now there's always water across the road up ahead. In fact, even in the summer, it can be quite wet up there, but I think it's runoff. So hopefully it will just be, you know, a little bit across the road, not an actual puddle. Right, there. Yeah. And here it is. Yeah, not too bad. Right, now it's just the next bit by the river. We are pretty much into Wimborne now, so I can't imagine for one moment there can be anything too bad in front of us that would stop us getting there. Yeah, there's always runoff here, so not too worried about this. This is quite normal. There might be some more runoff just up here. Again, quite normal. It's the dip just before the colonial house. But honestly, I think we're good. Here's some runoff. It's there pretty much all year round. Right, it's up over the top here, and then we'll see what we got the other side. Yeah, looks all right. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, I think we've got away with it. I honestly do. Just one more dip to go, and then we'll see what we got. Yeah, we got away with it. Yeah, we should be good from here. Yeah, we've done all right. Right, about 9 miles into back into Bournemouth. We're on 80 miles. 79. So block your ears. Be interesting to see how much these are worn down. Yeah, these pads, these resin pads, they've had a real test today, haven't they? Yeah, another thing about the woods ride, one of the guys used to race cyclocross, and he said it was not unusual on some of the tracks, you know, because of the type of dirt and that, to go through a set of pads in one race. It's crazy, isn't it? Absolutely crazy. Well, is that's a good bit of parking. Or should I say that's nearly parked, or not? Yeah, so I could easily stop here. I feel like it would not hurt to have another cup of tea before doing the final leg, but I'm not going to, because that would be ridiculous. I've only gone 11 miles. Right, let's go. I think the best thing about this ride and this route is that you can tailor it a little bit, and also just misses out that road across Sandford. Come on, get off your phone. Yeah, Wareham is always the sticking point on a road ride, because it doesn't matter how you do it, you've got to hit that main road, Sandford, the Baker's Arms. And of course, putting in a bike lane didn't really help because of the way it was implemented. I mean, it's great for the schools, don't get me wrong, for local cycling to get to the schools and the shops, it's brilliant. But if you're passing through, not so good. Lots of stop-start at the junctions. There we go. Yeah, we're good. Well, actually, if you just get on the road, it's much simpler. Less dangerous, in my opinion. Okay, he's going to come round, isn't he? Yep, that's good. So this way is some extra climbing. There's obviously a ferry crossing. Can't complain at that, surely. And you can pick and choose how you get across to Corfe. You can go Swanage like I did today. Oh dear. I might have made the wrong decision here. Now, what have we got? Can I filter? It looks like I can, actually. I can at the minute because there's a bike doing me a favour. There we go. Are they moving up the front there? They are actually. So what I might do is just, come on, get off your phone, woman. She's got her head in her lap. It's obviously on the phone. Right, it's red again, so I shall filter to the front. The roadworks themselves are actually quite short, judging by where that lorry's stopped, so if I do hold people up, it ain't going to be for long. There we go. Didn't really cause any problems, did I? And even if I hadn't filtered and I'd taken my place in the queue, somebody would have been behind me at the lights. Much safer to be at the front and get away than have it change, slow down and somebody could drive straight through you because they're going to jump the lights. So I think we did okay there. Right, we can get on the bike path at the moment. Yay! Right, what's this transporter gonna do? Probably the least trusting drivers on the road. From my point of view anyway. Nobody in the seat. That always worries me. I'm not so bothered about them parking on the bike lane, but I've got nowhere to go if they open that door. Now, fortunately, I could have gone into the road. And also, fortunately, I could see in the mirror quite early that there was nobody sat in there, so, you know, risk levels went down. Let's just say that. Right, it's starting to rain again. But honestly, we're back in the BH postcode now, so no big deal. Bring it on. Well, he's faffing about. Let's do that. There's nothing behind me. I'm actually feeling pretty good right now. I think that that food is starting to hit the spot. I'm definitely into the wind. It's definitely hard. Thighs are feeling it. But heart and lungs, you're feeling good. Right, I'm not going under the bridge because that really could be deep. I don't know how long that takes to dry up, to be honest. We don't come here often enough to have worked that one out. So I'm going to go up to the crochet that is Camford Bottom. I can only imagine that somebody looked at a crochet pattern and said, yeah, that'll do. We'll build it like that. Right. This one, you definitely don't want to cycle round. It is stop, start, and I would suggest it's bloody dangerous. So, let's wait our turn. Could have gone, obviously, but we're going to wait our turn. And then, oh, you see, now that's annoying. That is annoying, isn't it? Okay. It's just not been thought out very well, this junction. Yeah. Sorry.
Sorry, man. I did something.
Yeah. Funny, isn't it, how we all think and often think alike. But I just saw this change, so I don't know. Yeah, look. Of course, the thing is, on a bike, once you've got the balance going in one direction, it's not an instant change, is it? Should have gone. Wasted the time. Sat here. Oh, they're stopping, so I got to go. No, they're not stopping. They're good. Honestly. If you did it by the buttons, that would take ages. Don't know. Where are you going, mate? Oh, I love it. Lorry drivers, just the best. Car couldn't make up their mind which lane to be in at the traffic lights. He's there. Where the f***ing hell do you think you're going, you c***? Oh, love it. Of course, when I drove a lorry, I was never like that, ever. I did partake of the roadside burgers and bacon sandwiches though. Yeah, because I had to, or because part of my driving was wide loads and abnormal loads, I kind of felt I had to be a bit more responsible. You know, it's not just straightforward driving a lorry, you do have to sort of plan your route and, yeah, consider what people are going to do around you a bit more, because you might have bits sticking out and overhangs, that sort of thing. So I was never really like that, because actually it was usually me that was straddling lanes and, you know, taking the space I needed. And that was all part of the learning process, you know. It was all part of the you know, the different courses and the safety and all that kind of rubbish. Yeah. And you'll quite often hear me say, you know, just take the lane, don't worry about it. If they're beeping their horn at you, it means they've seen you. Because, you know, whether some people like it or not, sometimes the safest way is the way that annoys people and holds people up. The main thing is you get seen, you stay safe. Yeah, sometimes, like here, you just get the fuck out of the way. We've got a fantastic bike path. Why wouldn't I use it? Going in the other direction, sometimes I'll stay on the road. Depends how busy it is, which way the wind's going. And which bike I'm riding, and whether I feel like I'm going fast that day. Okay. Having it. Well done. See, quality driving, even from a transporter driver. That wind. Brilliant van. Nearly back. Definitely back in the cut and thrust, if you like, of town traffic. Damn it. Come on, get on with it. Right, okay, stay there, stay there. That's good, that's good. Oh, I'm not going to get away with it today. Yeah, well done, mate. Go on, off you go, dear. Go on. Oh, for Christ's sake. Look, she's got all these, now she's going to wait until it's too late. Honestly. Scary, isn't it? It's scary. I knew he was going to come round me. But that was good because it gave me somewhere to hide. He was holding the traffic off for me, protecting me, and he didn't even know it. Ah, you're going in Greggs, aren't you? What on earth? What's wrong with people? Right, car back now. It wasn't a minute ago. They could easily have just driven on and that car could have had all the time in the world to drive into Greggs. Right, they're up with me now. They're not going to overtake though. Oh, they are. And they're going to leave it right to the last minute. Let's just hope they don't drag somebody else through as well. Honestly. Where do people get their ideas from? Okay. Shall I go through? It's going to be flooded, isn't it? Or shall I go up to Bear Cross? No, let's risk it. How's it looking? Okay, well it's usually flooded here. It's not looking too bad. Oh no, look at that through there. How far does that go? Yeah, let's not go that way. Let's go up to Bear Cross. Actually, that is a cycle path just there, so no big deal. I mean, we have ridden through there when it's been flooded, but it's not usually flooded by that gate, so I'm not really prepared to take the risk. If it's flooded there, it must be pretty deep further along. Right. This is a shared path, so let's do this. Again, it's one of those times when it's nice and flat and straight. I can see if there's any pedestrians. There's no reason not to use this. So let's do it. So not a completely flood-free ride, but not bad. Yeah, not bad. Let's go up here, don't go down there. Not on this bike anyway. Yeah, we're doing okay, aren't we? Just a couple of miles from home now. I think as a group ride, even as a road ride, you could do that and then go down the trailway from Wimborne to Poole back to the beginning, turn it into a loop. In the summer, the trailway is actually very rideable on any kind of bike. 25mm tyres if you wanted. But on the modern 28s, with the compliant frames and that we have now, it's no problem. Yeah, so it's easy for me because I live close enough to the loop. I can pick and choose my starting point, but I think for people coming from out of town, it would also work. Right, I need to get back on the main road, unfortunately. I don't think the bike path extends down there. Oh, there's nothing coming anyway, so. Funny, isn't it? Start riding in traffic, the energy rises, the brain gets sharper. I am definitely feeling alive right now. Let's quite literally hope it stays that way. Golly, this headwind. Right, who's going into Tesco's? Nobody. Don't worry, dear, no problem. You take your time. That's it, I'm quite happy for you to stay in front of me where I can see you. I don't really want you to have to try and overtake me again. Slow to clip in there, aren't I? That said, can't really go anywhere. Okay. Come on. I've told you that I know you're there. I've said get on with it. I know it's not my job to direct traffic, but come on. The clues are there. Really? Now, everybody goes this way. So you don't necessarily lose the traffic there. But generally speaking, you do lose the traffic here. So it's still probably a good option compared to going up Leybourne. Sounds like the flight refueling jet. There it is. Right, headwind slog for the last mile. Job done. $87 miles so far. Yeah, so if you've made it this far into the video, quite literally well done. So about a mile to go. I'm on 87.2 and yeah, we got away with it, didn't we? I don't mind rain for the last mile. I can live with that. Coffee and a warm wife is waiting for me. So I'm good. Thank you for joining me. yeah, join me again on the next one.